exclusive page. 5 to 10 on Clash Lose. Add to claim their bones to user's hand. I am so fucking excited for this, guys. You have no fucking idea. Ooga booga! Hello. We're going to face the sin and save the ego. And this time it's going to be 2.97 gigs of data. Not gonna lie, folks, this is honestly me when I have to download 2.97 gigabytes of data just to just to get a new chapter of my video game. $100 megabytes per second is wild to me, I guess. Yeah, I'm not in charge of the internet here. that's all my housemates. Previously on Yu-Gi-Oh! Bamboo had Kim distorted, then we undistorted him. He is still recovering. And now we are going to see what's become of Bamboo-hatted Kim.
구태여 좋냐 안 좋냐를 따지자면 밤보다는 낮을 선호하는 편입니다. 보이지 않을수록 이해가 어렵기 때문입니다.
The Godzilla anime called Singular Point is a good show. I've heard of it, and in fact, if you catch me on Kyoyuki streams on Mondays, Godzilla Singular Point is in fact one of the entries featured in the game Super Robot Wars Y, which we stream at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time every Monday. Give me some of your network capabilities. They're not mine. It's my housemates. I can't do shit. Do I have a Yuri or Yaoi problem like most VTubers? What does that mean? I gotta refresh chat. Event bonus units. It does not surprise me that this is a Blade lineage run. We're just gonna get right into it. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... Te. No, Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? Yeah, I don't think I even have Kim Salt maxed. I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but... distortion suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that. And I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. If you subscribe to the theory that we are becoming the new head, I think Dante is going to be more than just the eye. We just haven't unlocked the claw yet. I'm just addicted to Yuri and Yaoi and can't get enough of stuff. Oh, no, it's not like that. I take things in measured doses. I do enjoy my combination of het slop and the occasional gay. So if the sinners are a claw and we're the eye, what's left? I gotta macro dose my estrogen? That's fucking insane, dude. Horus, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisang, and Meursault were on their way to rendezvous with LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had shown up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies to the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance, excuse me. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but... This was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There'd been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be... you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft! That was not intended as confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press on you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Araya Shiki's severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back, though? Is it because of this clock, Ed? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Thanks for following me on Twitch, Emily! Because treasure awaits at the end... Oh, wait. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. At the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head, also. Indeed. At the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea what exactly aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly. Obsessively. Desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect? What it means, or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision, and Rhodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much-needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center's status. Confusion of the highest order? Do you need context for anything? Feel free to ask. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well even without my directions. Hi, Origin! As for Rhodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? I noticed this group. Let's see. Ah, looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. Yeah! There you go, Origin. Did you like that? LCD. Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. Can I sing the ABCs? I can, but am I going to? Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC... No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Sing ABCs. I feel threatened. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all over... arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter! That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of its chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. Hold on, I think my microphone did a funny. It did do a funny. Here we are. Better. This should be better. To think that of all the personnel in the team, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant of when it comes to nonverbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Is that my 7-foot-tall wife? Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa! Aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. You're a bottom expected. Hey, if you're into tall chicks, that doesn't make you a bottom. However, Twitch tags. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this would appear to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on... probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? Oh, how? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions? Where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, Mr. Bamboo, had Kim's also here, so... Uh-huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised when you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Engdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. It's blinding! The aura! It's so bright! The midday sun is pouring in like crazy! Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Oh my god! Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be fucking hell. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that at every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings, and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Uh-huh, gotcha. Ain't no way. I look like Waluigi. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Ain't no way! Severe aura loss! Yes, that's me. I guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. The black and white image goes hard, though, admittedly. What have they done to my aura farmer? I feel like Angdu is down bad for Kim. That black and white image was the, the last of aura he had. It just burned away from sight. Okay, so... more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-hatted Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations! You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-hatted Kim? Yep. We double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire on your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Can you... okay, can we check again? Just in case? Just case? I can't talk anymore. His aura loss is, like, unfathomable. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man who we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Oh my god, he's a Sugita. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Engdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking? I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Engdu. Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you could say about a guy who was as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? Oh my fucking god. No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine, by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case... Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know! Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped turning into my face and turned towards Otis. Although his hand was still on my head. All right, certainly. And clearly, there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job. With a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Engdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into the stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, then forced hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. Employment drained this man's aura. And the other day, they were on about, what's its name, Golden Bough? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. And dude, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? They're stupid! Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can with piggyback while you still can. Or you'll end up broke. Jesus Christ. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate this silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl! I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they had invited you to tour another department. This is a really good face. No sooner Angdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah. So that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess? Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah. I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Angdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Last time we saw her, Angdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms. Even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host and one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation! 'Tis as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself! Yep, showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put him on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But... sorry. It just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You could thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking in Angdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something, but Meursault's hand shot up before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What? What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Meursault took the object from Sinclair's hand. Not a film roll? Sure looks like it. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. I've seen it a few times before. You, seem pretty used to handling it, Meursault. Correct. Meursault's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of the war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted upon ourselves. The One Piece is real! For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now? They only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized policy referring to the point at which distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed the point at which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though, I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that. Hi, Naboon. I'm doing all right. How about yourself? From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. And here I thought you fellas handled it the same way we did. You know, give them a good beating and start from there? Of course not! Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been... Hi, Senpai. Bingo! Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped into commission all kinds of agencies like the Zwei and the Combat Specialized Fixer Offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. You're killing me. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits, and the logo on the collar of the uniform in briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Meursault? I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. You thought something was gonna pop up, but no, it's a command to me. Do you know who these guys are, Meursault? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service des Clos. Meursault recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf of his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, sorting and arranging N-Corp's internal information, and intersector... That'd be enough! Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. Think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if he just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. Why would people already busy enough dealing with the nest affairs come out all the way to shabby backstreet like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra's staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Meursault. Maybe this will be easier to answer? From an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Meursault's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel a faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with... Uh-oh. What did he mean by this? Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Meursault's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. I'm starting to think that Meursault's past might be a very unhappy one. A very, very unhappy one. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner... Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple... Oh, I see. My bad, as usual. Yes, Manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following. Retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo. Prompt elimination of the violator. Contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest. Or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, Wings usually minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Angdu? What are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve. For enlightening clues yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card, and okay, this is a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an N-Corp staff coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective prop that had been given to Rhodia, Ryoshu, and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. Oh good, we get to fight now. I haven't dealt with this combination of characters before, I think. I think we do Tremor. Never mind, there ain't a goddamn... I mean, do I have a burn Don Quixote? Does middle inflict burn? No, she doesn't. It's bleed. What to do with you? Can't do sinking either. This is weird. This is a weird combination of characters. Fuck it, I guess we do raw DPS. No T-Cord done into... Yeah. That's what I was thinking, like, fuck, what do I do? I guess we do this weird... sinking tremor? Let's make sure we got all the egos down. Good enough.
강습 준비 완료.
Oh god, would have to show us this again. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Engdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, haven't you already passed the royal... Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Engdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it in that way, Engdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kinds of things you should never forget. My belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly! The spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Andrew suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Engdu said he had? Young Engdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but, I, too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with the laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart. All of those are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance. Engdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to digging in his heels. I would ask you for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Yeah, I was going to... I wanted to mention this when the trailer came out, but I didn't want to fucking start a stream just to react to the damn trailer. I like sleeping, if you could believe it. I'm pretty sure we could have noticed this earlier, but the N-Corp guys use the exact same armaments that Meursault uses to fight with. That is like the gauntlets and his, I believe, his booties too. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden... A sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into the burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... With my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh! It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart. Wouldn't you say, Angdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the Fathoms. The Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago, Executive Manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained Dompo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Angdu? My blade is poised to strike Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's the bamboo-hatted dude? I'm afraid he's already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Junokins of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive Manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right. Let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle! Fuck it, we win rate on here. S-Corp Fixer. Head-splitting memory. Oh, fuck me. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, that are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixtures and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their faces and heads with these products. These fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Look at her, she's so cute! got bones to claim. And yes, she's using the Mook Workshop weapon, which is one of the weapons that Roland has in Library of Ruina. You like that model? Ooh, New Girl's got an eye for quality. Excuse me. Oh, wait. Excuse me, can we try this model? Oh, come on, relax. I know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See? Told you I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard come as a set, so grab them both and feel the weight. How's that? Not as heavy as they look, huh? Oh. So there's this powder thing in that scabbard under patent by Mook Workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath the sword for a brief moment, its blade comes out way sharper and lighter, and that model you're holding happens to focus on the sharpness. So it's like, ding! And voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the Yeah series models. That's Mook Workshop's classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here. It's... what the heck? Hey, this is the Yet Type 2 model that went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. We're lucky we found one here. If it's such a rarity, Lady Ezra, perhaps you ought to wield it instead. No, it's fine. Well, I can see it's literally made for you. And it'll work real nice with those boosters on your new prosthetic arms. They'll need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. Then I shall accept that with gratitude. And by the way, remember that classic lineup part? It's super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break. Okay, you know what? Let him break if it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. Just don't die on us. I should take your words to heart. Okay. Holy bone claimer, goddamn. She has the same passive as Bamboo-Headed Kim for sanity. Anything new about her? It looks the same. Yeah, she's the same as, Incidentally, Engdu's the same level as us. We're now as strong as the weakest member of LCD. What are her passives? She's got Dokebi arms, which gives her offense and defense +4. She takes 20% less damage. She gains haste every time she uses a skill. And she gains poise count when combat ends, not turn end. I already read her unique passive, and that's, plus 1% slash damage for every stack for a max of 10% increase in damage. Her defensive skills lose clash power for every 2 stacks, which I imagine is supposed to tie into claiming their bones. And she gains 1 haste for every 5 stacks, so she can gain up to a max of 3. The passive she has on her skills? Yeah, I just mentioned she just has the arms and then she has the quick draw passive. Blind streamer moment?
마법의 삐삐님이 전해주는
Indeed.
지령에 해석이 조금
I don't know what you're asking me to look at. Oh, this thing. Fuck. My bad. Literally the tab that says passive. She gains 1 assist defense if someone's below 50%. On the outside, it looks no different. It looks no different from prostheses you might find in other Nestor factories. But apparently, this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. Oh, that's not to say I have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it, you see. Just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Yeah, so she gains stacks for every poise stack. That's cool. So she only needs haste to activate to claim their bones. Excuse me. On crit, gain haste. Ooh. She gains coin power based on how many stacks she has. That's kind of nuts. I wonder how nuts her idea is. Fuck.
대응 완료. 미래를 과거와 같이. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Alright, let's see.
그 외부 관석은 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Sure.
그들은 어디까지 각오했을지.
Hi, Faust.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공모대가 됐어.
We're in the first fight of the Intervallo.
모분조토 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 거. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
포위만 구축. 예측한 대로.
I will say I like the design of these guys, if only because it calls back some of the early aesthetics of Lobotomy Corporation. No, I won't elaborate.
무파법을 이제야 좀 이해해. 제 행위. 그렇다면 무상. 당신 짝패군요.
Have no pictures when you research them? Like, they're icons, yeah. Obviously, the most reminiscent one is Schadenfreude, which is probably intentional.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
탈출 개체 확인.
너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
복제 완료.
환영 추진.
A thought occurred to me that I could probably run a Blade Lineage team of low level.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
선택받았습니다.
And I can have Angdu stack her passive by killing all of my guys.
기억할지.
구원올.
That being said, do I want to do that? That should be all of them. Surveying the area with a measured alert, Angdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh? You're not changing back. It doesn't look like beating up the disordered ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu? I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee! Don Quixote was the first to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. You'll get more photos of running Blade Lineage. Unfortunately, I have like the least amount of them. Prithee, I cannot make sense of the situation. Could thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. And this is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when the distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. Ezra sheep real. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whip these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine the people over there too? With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in double robes. And these are? The glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Chu. bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokuns, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in Escorp, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who plied their craft without fattening Escorp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed. I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends, afore the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse for their power-mongering. Nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breach of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize the prey, to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? If the power so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi, such as what Escorp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Yisang? Or me, perhaps. Or none of us. You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chinokuns generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the Escorp and its Chinokuns have appeared as the motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul? The presence of Chinokun suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Headed Kim or Angdu's memories. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect the surroundings. But this one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. I didn't even guess at what this distortion wants, either. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. Ah, if only the team leader was here! Hacking this would have been a piece of cake! And we're back. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop? The Uncorp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Jinokuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone! As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What, Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Headed Kim is right now. Bro fucked off to the other side of the Intervallo.
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인 또한 감히 나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면 본인은 더 이상
We're 1/3 of the way done with this.
슬플 일도 외로울 일도 없을 테지.
Oh, now we can use anyone. All right. Do I have a poise team? No, I have some fucking bullshit teams, but not a poise team. Alright, let's get one set up. I have like no blade lineages, despite the fact that some of them are like fucking double zeros. You don't count as something that gives off poise, but whatever. my Kim Salt is level 1 because I just got him. I mean, if we're running strictly poise, it would be this Honglu. Yeah, I would run support Angdu if she was in my fucking supports, but she doesn't appear to be. Huh. I'm pretty sure I have all the limited Rhodias. The only Rhodias I don't have are the non-limited. Do you have any fucking poise? Right, Kurokomo, but also, duh, Heisho. Lamau. You know, if I got my snakes out and my fucking bunny out. Sheesh, no Angdu yet. Alright. What the hell? I'm just adding bullshit to my team. Yeah, I'll check as soon as I've actually assembled the team. I would legitimately be shocked if somebody had an Angdu Ishmael ready from my fucking friend list, because I don't add that many people.
군주가 나선다. 군주가 나선다.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면 자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
잠깐.
어디서? 대상 확인했어. 시작하지.
Yeah, I doubt this is gonna change anytime soon. You got an Ang Fishmail 5 times trying to get the Chem Ego? If you want to drop your friend code in here, fuck it, I'll do it. I'll add you, why not?
고태요.
Oh, I got friend requests. Sure, why not? Hell yeah, here I am doxing the viewers. I wonder if this guy has Kimsol.
고태여 좋냐 안 좋냐를
Oh, being rated. Hi, Bach. It turns out to claim their bones man has, like, negative aura. There she is.
벌써요? 매뉴얼을 좀 더 꼼꼼히 읽고 가야... 아, 네! 필두, 출진.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team... Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere! How should I know? Judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellas. Things are going so well. We could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Want to save us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault? Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud. Not everyone's itching to swipe their hair coupons into their pockets the second they got the chance. Oh, how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Hmm? Is that the end of your troupe performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom line of legends had there been a cup of fine Magellan to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, all right. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. Huh. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow! He took out all those duffel-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troops, I guess. Wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you, folks. Wandering blades and Murim tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oi! Where the hell do you think you're going? God damn it! Incredible. He keeps teasing us. He's doing aura refunds. What if I just fucking killed Isang? Oh wait, I can't make use of this. We got haste demons. Oh my god, we can treat her like a geisha! That'd be kind of fucking hilarious, actually. What if I just do that, huh? Don't forget to set support for some more event bonus. That's what I'm doing. That's why I have Ishmael here. Jesus fucking old tails. I could do it, you know. I could just fucking kill him. Fuck it, let's just kill people. Most normal Limbus streamer. From what I've seen with her, the kit revolves around applying Mook workshop status for herself to try to keep her okay armed state. After 1 and 2, you use the last coin. And Sumi Heisho packs. Why does this Korean girl look white?
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
어? That is so fucking cool. They inflict nails. But they also inflict bind. Intelligence obsession. Okay.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
Death!
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
Yeah, I actually just mistimed what I was gonna do with her. Shit! It should work. Are you ready for the death you've earned, little man? Aw, oh, dang it. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, we're still back! No, it's over.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Honestly, I think all of the sinners kind of resent Heathcliff for the fact that we have Ricardo on our asses constantly. And I don't blame them.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐.
I mean.
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Me wouldn't have to fucking kill you, Simon, because I'm bored.
피아노가 어울리겠어.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
So, let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? And Corp staff seeing a former star of the city walk up to them. Yeah. Bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, and then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on! Would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? Don't do that on our team, okay? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but no. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. The team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie. Wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're saying? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that that man deserted his post without authorization? He has too much aura to be reprimanded. That's the thing! He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down Ring Automaticon to lock down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Bro was doing the 10 times excavation / advantage. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the contact up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCE to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient. In a lot of pain. And then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. He's salvaging his aura. Nope, he's less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though? Never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops in saying, it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he doesn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, innit? Then, well, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. but I got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I could hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. You do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. This is excellent. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. Uh-huh. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war was not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all crossed, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowded around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Today is an aura farming day for all the Meursault IDs. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard. And Moss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like Barstow bragging to me. You sure it wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah. Every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. It wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based recognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait? Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying any more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. The red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Meursault's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Meursault? Where are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film roll manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh. I didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. This may be no more than conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh? Where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district buildings. Buildings mostly, excuse me. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Meursault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into the canned experience. A docugrapher. How could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into a distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said that there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos. And people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Meursault came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps running up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Meursault is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Meursault, you should have warned us way earlier! Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. God bless you. Wow, this...
의도 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
I mean, he says that, but the next fucking part isn't even a battle. What do they mean by this? Something sits ill with me. Amid the distorted sprawl of Escort's backstreets, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze... Are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kunjol at first, and gave it little attention. And yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed. The items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escort, yet those alone remain as they were. Well, let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Meursault stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it. In the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keep switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Meursault, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he'd been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete, and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all of the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Meursault must have noticed I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put in canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magician Sisyphe. Oh, great. Words. What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experience, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magician Sisyphe. Same name every time. Sisyphus being name dropped, but it's French. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever her exam breaks came around. Never had one myself, though. I really can't explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content of canned experience, known as experience matter, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details, but photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo, excuse me. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Haute couture? Couture? Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions. But I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Angdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even the distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you give me the office catalog? Probably need to commission an office affiliated with Seven Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in these photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think she said, do we hear a group clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Rhodia's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? Huh? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Unstoppable force and immovable object. It's just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I want to. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Yoshi, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Meursault had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? It's bread. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. Alright, take care, man. Thanks for stopping by. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. I haven't seen him around lately, though. And these coworkers, I assume they're wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one, too. I'd guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead executive manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but... it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought you'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something out from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. So we're dealing with drug addicts now, huh? He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. And gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there is a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Meursault? Are these can experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? Finally got the Honglu ID. Congrats, Labubu! They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However... oh, magic can't allow one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. Oh, he's making that same agitated face from before. That can't be good. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to a genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined towards a little grandeur. Slightly angry Meursault scares me. Slightly expressive anything Meursault is scary. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. I think Meursault might have been forced to have an experience of killing his mom. Statistics have shown that users of cans can interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one of his... The possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? The resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Hey, Void Dream! Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all those questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? But you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Your case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passersby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that, then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So, you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. All right, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery, next roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager. Meursault approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed the development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it goes. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book. in the same exact spot on every page. You start with the arms down, make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher, until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is... It's a continuous sequence of still images. The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Well, fuck me. Okay, I guess. Oh, fuck, it's new enemies, too.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
Oh, crap! As soon as I registered Meursault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo! My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time Don Quixote had smashed the window of K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but... Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities. And everything should be A-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of the film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But... Team leaders at the N-Corp had their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixtures on our butts right away, and that could buy us time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky, and they actually come after us, it's gonna be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. Intervallo gives you a hunch that they're gonna accidentally break a taboo of the head at some point and we're gonna have to fight the power arbiters. It has been known to happen. Honglu technically saw a violation of one of the head's taboos. So, you know, when you're in those spaces, odds are it's, it might happen again. So, what exactly does frame it within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You could technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then, let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Meursault, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film on the ground and showed it to Meursault. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Meursault to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly move the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here. The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if it's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-Headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the very likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager. We should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Phew! If he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is taboo violator on the run. Huh. Well, what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the back streets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job at the nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? A sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo-Headed Kim, because then they whipped around her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing everything away they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah. Must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next. Until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the back streets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It'd have made those folks violators of the taboo. Why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guys were going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on the projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet blokes are down for anything as long as there's a coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as Prim Frame team have been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we could play this like a festival or convention and just tell people who look like they were involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go? Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Color videttes, please advise for... They also radioed each other? Glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Oh boy.
엄마가 만반잘구는 싫다고 해서 내가
Oh my god, there's two of them.
요슈니까 요료슈쿠.
Oh, I probably should have offset that attack. Whatever, it's fine. Yo, that's... You're gonna make me cry, Faust. Okay.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
낫도 방긋이 숨을 다들어 베어낼
It occurs to me that Kim decided to fuck off for this fight. I think Angdu's kit is the first one that, like, really reminds you of a fucking Library of Ruin deck.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
You're breaking my heart, Onglu.
목을 떨궈주마.
놀랐어?
장수가 이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시게.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자.
이제 깨우치시겠.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
무다 법을 이제야 좀 이해.
쭉 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Damn, that paralysis be hurting like a bitch. Oh wait, no, it's the fucking clash thing. That's fine.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저리
Hong Lu is immortal. Fuck.
내가 담배를 다 태우기 전까지 일어나지 않으면 죽었다고 생각하고 모분해주지. 발광, 차단.
I think I figured out how Angdu's claim their bonus proc. I believe you need to fail the assist defense. That's a little hard. But I think I see how you can get it done.
그냥 5배.
깔끔하게 몰았군. 지리멸렬.
Fuck it, we win rate.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못해.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어. 제한 종료.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났네. 물어떨굴 수밖에.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠다.
저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸구나.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저리 깔끔하게
We got a whole bunch of aura farmers in this team.
올.
And then there's our golden
하지만
retriever,
슬슬 물리는군.
Ezra.
근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 있군.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
Sometimes you gotta bust out a Furioso.
무려 그렇다면 여전히 난
We are 2/3 of the way done.
아무것도 인간.
Oh shit, the fish is not in the ocean. There she is.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
요료슈쿠.
Wait, shit! I forgot to kill Yisang after Furiosoing.
요슈니까 요료슈쿠.
All right.
먹을 콱 물어버린 순간이 다 베어내리라.
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
Answer me, Heisho Pax. Anyone else excited for Meursault's Kanto?
엄마는 여기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 흠끔 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었어.
길을 열어라.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고. 미리 형세를 살피고 있었죠. 이제 실수에선 벗어났나?
무아몽중
마음 들 안. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 지가 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
I have too many assist defenses. Feels like I'm playing fucking SRW.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라.
아비규환
모분조토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 걸. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은. 이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시게.
fucking whatever, I guess.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
네 상대는 나야. 대전. 완전 투성이네.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시게.
Yeah, that works.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
This is a fucking boy season.
이 순간이 다 되었 일이다.
As ever, the songs for the fucking game are such bangers. It's not quite my favorite Intervallo fight theme, but it's pretty good. Limbus' soundtrack to me has been the highlight of the game.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테. 알겠지만. 그냥 5배.
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
LCB checkup battle music will always be your favorite with Kanto 9 OST being just behind. The Kanto 9, like, regular battle music is fucking crazy.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh, now I am not using spells correctly. Fuck. Whatever. We're here to enjoy the story today. Glad she didn't overreact.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
fuck it, we win
왜
rate.
엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Nice.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
Open play for Tremors even. Was that not fucking Kanto 6?
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 거.
Anyone had to kill Yisan for no fucking reason?
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
I mean, you say sinking season, and that is true, but also, where we're sinking Ryoshu, but also, Time Killing Time gave him some fucking bangers. Also, Bind Trigger's Tremor Burst. Also, there was Ophi Heathcliff. I'm pretty sure Ophi Heathcliff was from the season and not standard, right? Never mind, I'm full of shit. Still, like, Tremor. These trigger Tremor verse. It was a good season for Tremor and sinking, unless you were fucking Ryoshu for some reason. Me when I'm just a soul poise ID. And also Contempt All, which is just bleed. What was going on here? Uh-oh. A new enemy. That sure is a boss fight, isn't it? It's fine. Our IDs are fucking stacked. Except for our backup, so that's fine.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도.
Hardly a challenge. What a WOT. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service the clue. Is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? What are they snapping away for, then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in their report for the higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Meursault stood a footstep away from the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notion in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Meursault? I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but I'm sure if you were supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sitters. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, and I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Meursault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you previously instructed, I've informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while they do all the fighting? While we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. Yeah, Limbus updated. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Ah! Gotcha! Be right there! The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Meursault had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell! Them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them! It is a wing, after all. Are those the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do they think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, was there an extra report? That one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I'd seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw in the Chinokun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw it! I'm so finished! Just as panic began creeping into the voice of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Engdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone watches even a split second of recorded video and N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. The video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comments, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a bruit of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fella on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-hatted Kim raised the sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience, without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employees' attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, I don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known. The blade, transforming to a mindless fiend, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Meursault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did... The first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Fangdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. That they might bind you and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier ones. Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Meursault identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the South Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and nocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyong-il. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the nocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chinokun began to swarm us. Flash phenomenon, Im Gyong-il. Unclashable with assist units. Swordplay of the Homeland Sao. Min or max stacks convert all coins this unit uses to unbreakable coins. I have to edge him, I think. Oh, yo, this is kind of a buff. One stack, retreat a turn, and transition into a different location. Okay. Returning to the battlefield based on current battle form of the homeland. Gain or lose, return, spend, and retreat. Sword play of the homeland. Bear hunt, gain stack, tiger, lose stack. Huh. That's so nice. Shimmering ass gimmick. When Dujong Brigadine's Sal expires, end encounter. So, what I'm thinking is, actually, clash everything and assist defend everything else. The Eastern Wyatt armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. We got mechans and Limbus! S-Corp's Dujong Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp's powered armor suit, and full plate armor used by the Knights of the West. The Dujong Brigandine greatly augments the usual offensive and defensive combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that the Eastern Wyatt armors are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. The Sword of the Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into three branches: Sound, Pi, and Pale. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sanguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great Huando capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent, only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Alright, let's go.
그려낸다.
Answer me, Heishopax. Why the fuck are we fighting escort goons?
저 해충들을
자세히
도려내.
틀림은 없군. 틈틈
묘야. 길을 열어.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라. 낫도 반듯이 숨을 다하도록 베어내리라.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었어. 네 상대는 나야. 나부터 상대해야 할걸?
멈춰.
이루어질 수 없는 힘은 추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 힘은 모두 나의 바람의 뜻이. 적이 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지.
Oh, thanks for following, Noah Link. Oh, whoops. Ooh, what if I clash with this? That's kind of scary.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공대 같았어.
This is much less awful to me than Rufo, to be honest.
아비 교환.
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해진다. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Wait, no, she's covering. I should probably use Mouse Healing Ego, huh?
이 순간이 다 되었네.
Oh, that music sync was nutty.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 알겠지만. 나부터 상대해야 할걸?
Oh shit, I didn't clash with Swordplay. But now it's probably fine.
그대로 어뢰.
Interesting.
전까지 손가락 하나 까딱하지 마.
Well, that's fascinating. I don't have any yellow skills. I can't use fucking... That's hilarious, actually. Shit. Oh fuck, I don't have any Orpal. So Faust is gonna die.
과연
It's fine, it just makes Ryoshu stronger.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 목을 떨궈주마.
I should have fucking used the envy skill, I forgot.
그냥 5배.
앞으로 둘.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지 이게 심장이 잠깐쯤
Okay. Well, I guess we got a Furioso incoming. Oh, we did get an ego source. Let's go. Tiger hunt. Yeah, that's fine.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고. 아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 다가가야 해. 그렇게 하는 게 아니라는
Fucking baller.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
Furioso!
제한 종료.
Be in awe of the aura.
쪽방은 아닐 텐데.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
One health. That's cute.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
Alright, I'm pretty sure we win this turn.
그 외부 강석은 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
Oh, what the hell? Atsumiheisho. Oh, fuck. Right, I forgot this goes first. Yeah, we're not seeing any bone claiming today. I'm no fun allowed like that. Atsumiheisho packs. Light as wild, Wesson dislike fun.
무하고도 이제 좀 아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 그 전위적인 헛짓거리는 어디서 배운 거지? 쟤는 이 순간이 다도 되어내리라.
Alright, never mind. Gramps a little beefier than I was expecting him to be. One more turn, though.
어때? 사람을 단축하면 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
Alright, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna win rate you to death.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I don't know, that was scary, man.
더럽혀진 넌 뭐를 하는 조차 없다시. 악하다는 모든 것들아, 나와 영원토록 뻥을 잡구나.
How's this for acupuncture, you motherfucker?
이 거리는 충분해.
Every Honglu must roar.
멀겠지만.
Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. But... Shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Boy, don't you go legging it again. The big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Once it's blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight and strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Jongyop, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Hey, dude, could cover his back too. Shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed like the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust? Otis? Help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the centers with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Im Jongyop or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing to this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize this distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeons of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeons of the Fathoms? And how can I enter it if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe... During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right! Keywords! This one seems to be a location-type distortion. which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim provided us the necessary keywords for distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Isan put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle through the backlines. There was an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what it causes distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Memory? Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph, canned experience? Naught seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning the word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, Wit. He's been poking around the area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to a long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece to the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway through the distortion's fathoms. Well then. We will be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding out the N-Corp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe there was something about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. Huh? What a terrible front. At least tried to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. Decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework is like... That homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. And Ayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA? God damn it. Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand. Hey, who do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader, and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on our own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, guess I'll have to trust our own two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that, ain't you? Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기약이 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도.
Fuck me. Alright, here we go. Actually, you know what? I will be right back. Since we're doing a dungeon, I'm going to go take a piss break before we start. See you guys in a bit. The piss baby returns. 'Tis I. Once more. There she is. Support fish. Support fish. I might as well make this a fucking jank ass Hey Show setup. Nah, let's keep it poise. We're only gonna bend the rules a little bit with with Heisho Dawn so we can abuse the Lord of Hangyuan's counter.
마침내.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is Escort 2, right? It is. Reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance to the dungeon into Escorp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an Escorp-themed haunted mansion. 'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. 5 my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, that in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel I have passed. A wicked tunnel have I passed. And now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyeonyup. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, and expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade, like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military Commissioner Gyeonyup the Principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the Principal. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, that is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons, stares at the other sinners. Maybe. But people do find friendship with such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine. You have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to this sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes. But I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib. A man who once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest. As the Right State Counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the Right State Counselor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just the word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as Bamboo-Hatted Kim, thank you. and as he continued to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue trapezing outside the line. But in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't want to give you a good wallop after that? No. Truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjon? Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Fie, Auntie! That is a wrong deed, good sir! I suppose it is? People of the Peo and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Peo? Sal? Whatever is it that thou art describing? Excuse me. It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Sal Pipeo Agro Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Peo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Peo, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once told that S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep each other in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor, monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh. Them the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the councilor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them, until now. Well, if that is your intent, you were invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be human once again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Oh no, she's cute! Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Huh. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had mentioned often fondly was correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the right state counselor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Angdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It's news to me that you had ties to a second ordnance official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in service to the Right State Counselor, who's a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from S-Corp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Fuck me, okay. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so still it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. And there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with the harsh noise of a sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Well, since my ideas are poise focused instead of bleed, it'd probably be better for me to take the poise one. Wow, the wind's pretty strong in here. The wind only got more turbulent the deeper we progressed. By the time we were nearing the end of the passage, the sinners could barely keep their eyes open and had to cover them with their arms. Then all of a sudden, tranquility arrived, the wind settling as though it hadn't been blasting us in the face just a moment ago. The dust the wind kicked up dissipated and revealed a scarlet rope haphazardly thrown atop a pedestal made of stacked stones. Aura bond. Crit against enemy, inflict bind. All enemies that have bleed gain offense level down equal to mine on themselves. Sheesh! That is ridiculously strong!
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라. 하지만 그래봤자 거.
Oh shit, Kim is there! I didn't realize! Holy fuck!
물러나라. 네 목숨을
마음 둘
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 지금 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
Holy aura, bro! Yield my flesh. To claim their boats. Gain Grand, no. And he's nerfed! I'll check his the rest of his passives. Points count, lose 10 HP instead of losing points. Really? And he has enmity. Sorry, he has Granblue enmity. Sheesh! When a Blade Lineage Center or Assist unit is defeated, this unit loses 10 SP. Yield my flesh to claim their bones. In this encounter, when this unit takes damage that brings its HP down to 0, nullify that damage, and this unit's HP cannot drop below 1 for the turn, once per encounter. At 30 plus poise potency, fix this unit's speed to 20 next turn, and equip Yield My Flesh on the leftmost skill slot. If Yield My Flesh becomes inaccessible due to the skill effect, this effect does not activate.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 안에 숨지는 자.
It's not even... The funny thing is, level 81 Kim is him after being nerfed.
엄마는 누구라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 자, 지금 제일 뛰어난 게 경력.
사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나? 그렸는데 이제 수에선 벗어났나?
Answer me, Heisho Pass. Is that fucking bamboo-hatted Kim?
묘야. 넌 품을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Oh goddamn.
마비 교환.
모분조토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
불가 위협 막아내지 못하리. 우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
이게 심장이. 이게 심장이. 지리해야 할.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip, and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, someone was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask my group if they can help. Yes, sir! Ishmael opened their mouth to begin, stopped, then turned around to where bamboo-hatted Kim and Hangdu were. I'm not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better? Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you've passed the exam. Hmm? But why would... It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. Oh, fuck! I clicked skip by, like, muscle memory. Well, I guess I'll read that some other time. When an identity gains assist defense, it set ally gains 2... Heisho route. Oh dear god, this is a fucking Heisho gift. When an ally identity gains assist defense, the said ally gains 2 damage up and 2 protection. Effects apply only to number 1 deployed identity. Gain 2 haste extra. When identity speed is faster than the enemies, deal plus 3% damage for every speed difference. It's not capped. Oh wait, no, it is capped, but it's like... It's not capped in the same way Tango Marinade is. Which is gonna lead to some fucking goofy ass shit, because I think it'll snack with Tango Marinade.
앞길을 열어라. 그. 하지만 그래봤자 거다.
보여내라. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 적을 물어 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
아비들도 매번 이런 식이야. 지금 네 깃대만 잘해줬지. 먹을 콱 물어버리자.
이하다 순진자. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 뱀으로 꿰뚫어라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
사요.
Oh man.
이
She Rodion gets fucking nasty when she gets voice acts.
거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
깔끔하게 물었군. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 적을
너희가
물어
걸어야 할
너의
수라의
쓸모를 보여라.
여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 멀고 또 멀고. 발광 차단. 그 전위적인 헛짓거리는 어디서 배운 거지? 재미, 귀와 요격, 상수! 정말 떨굴 수밖에! 이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
목을 떨궈주마. 고작 이 정도 탕면
This is a fucking mess of a comp.
휴지도 없게 이게 심장.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
Yo, his animation's kind of fucked.
낫도 반듯이 숨을 다들 뱀을
뭐 멈춰.
자세에 틀림은 없고 모분조토 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은. 불가위야.
Oh shit! He's doing it! That's my goat!
눈을 감으려는 가치가 있는 예술이. 경수가 이어졌다면 누구라 떨굴 수밖에. 고, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군.
To claim their entire fucking skeleton?
거를 파는 곳 있나? 이건. 그럼 오늘
Anyone who may have slandered him because of the start are wrong. He's the goat.
과자로 결정하지.
He swapped out his fucking aura. He still got aura, he just decided to change it. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Bamboo-headed Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be the prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Aw, dang it, I chose the wrong one. It's fine.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
No, it can't be. My life is... the experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be. Indeed. The Right State Counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected. Thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed about the yard, yet I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Were they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse at it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state counselor with the chief state counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies? This is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to all be working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this was no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate's counselors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lieb, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you have been hard at work. Accursed parasite! I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor who toils day and night in service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an impression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers! Arrest that mad butcher! What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not to the royal court, but to heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain, their bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court? Thus we are perforce to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel! I saw your men make their way to the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? Might you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths, just to lure me to a trap? Why? Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Unjam. But you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be! For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had steered the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. Heed us, O villain. Kanobe. Oh, that is some mad aura. And let the aura bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Unjam. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength. Even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, John Yup? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board? and find a place where you can begin anew at equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations. I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance are, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Jong-Yup, come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen. They might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There. All done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Jong-Yup had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us. Like the projection of Kim's darkening fathoms. They are from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression the person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Jesus.
그렸는데
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자, 누구 하나 세. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
배운 이것이 수에선 벗어났나? 이게 동세를 살피고 있었지.
물러나죠. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 곳이
저자.
적을 물어뜯고 너의
보기
쓸모를
좋게
보여라.
거미줄에 걸렸군. 발광, 차단.
Answer me, Hazopax. Is that bamboo-headed him?
묘야.
길을 열어라.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
이게 심장이 아비규환.
Fuck it, we win, right?
저 해충들을 보려내라.
이게 심장.
물러나라.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
왜 엄마가 이거리는 충분해. 너한테 못 있는 알겠지만. 그 내부 강사도
이
손가락
순간이
안에서도
다
내려가는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준
낫도
혹은
방긋이
더 대단한 기술이
숨이
내가
다
엄마에게
된.
가르쳐줬거든.
Might have been a bit overkill, but
온,
fuck
온.
it.
하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 있군.
Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us.
수박을 곁들인 융수염 과자로
A few moments
결정하지.
later, a small squad of Chinokuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chinokuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon, the Chinokuns, having made their way through the crowd, approached us as well. What should we do? Is this a trick? Point them to the wrong direction. So he went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of Chinokuns hurried toward the direction I pointed towards, a man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that the Chinokuns had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile Chinokuns take a noble thief like you away, a thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say, wretches, so well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we gut them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. We did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and returning them to where they belong. Just as Mentor Bamboo had Kemp had once done. Kim squeaked out a small, embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdrew into his shadows. All allies healed for 50% of max HP. All allies healed to full SP.
선배분들이 잘 가르쳐주신 덕이죠.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Bamboo-headed goat.
히, 클버, 신, 어인. 짜증나는 시선이 늘었고. 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보니 그때 예외 없이 모두 분다. 그려낸
저 해충들을 도려내라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
이 순간이 다도 베어내리라. 미리 경세를 살피고 있어.
물러나줘. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라. 자, 시비수에게면 어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라.
이 순간이 다도 베어내리라. 낫도 반드시 숨을 다도록 베어내리라.
What a fucking ID.
다 법을 이제야 좀 이해해.
깔끔하게 물었군.
너무 유쾌하게 그댄 선택받았으니 아비 교환.
Fuck it, we win, right?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고무대 같았어.
목을 떨궈주마.
이 순간이 다 되었니?
불가 위야 이제 깨우치시겠다.
도끼를
Answer me, Heisho Pax.
저 해충들을
Do we love skill 3s here?
깨우치시겠다. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이요.
올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 이관.
Here we go.
그럼 오늘 림 컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 용수염 과자로 결정하지. 가보실까?
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations herald the mind indeed.
Now all that remains is to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories.
Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Jung Yup in there. Jung Yup was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of S-Corp. But it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure.
Mentor, is that not but baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Jung Yup appear as that monster does, Mentor?
No. Jung Yup wasn't like that. Jung Yup. I still believe that Salpipio Agro Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted end. Have it be a wing that cares for its common folk.
If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp.
You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to... S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts?
You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles.
If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game?
Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I had only hoped that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change.
Has that changed?
What do you think? You, at least, seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path.
Stand in my path.
And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states the denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Jung Yup, second ordinate of the South Pipio Agro Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court shall uphold the command. And sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Do we let Kim solo this, yeah? I... Im Jung Yup, second ordinate of the South Pipio official shall uphold the... What? Okay, fine, fuck it. Same gimmick so far, it looks like. Her stance is now effect.
fixed panic. Bear Hunt needs... Okay, I have to balance her stacks. The 3 court circles of South P and Pale each remade the standard Young Brigandine of Escorpid to form suited to their own doctrines. The olden tales say that the Sal has ever been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The P harvests the blood that spills forth from each opened flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The Pale takes the close of a slaughter. They part one joint from the other, bringing the enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of killing. The sword of the homeland passed down in the South Court Circle is not, at its heart, an art of killing. To cut and cut again until blood runs dry, and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the homeland practiced by South. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those who bless with talent, only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes where this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. This flesh I claim. Gotcha. That should work, I think.
자, 12세기 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 누구 하나 살려보지 마라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
물러나죠. 이목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Answer me, Hachopax.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
그렇다면 바로 산다.
묘야,
그렇게 하는 건 아니라는
길을 열어라.
자세에 틀림은 없군. 원망된 욕심도 소용이 없었고 그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
Oh, I'm poising it. I'm poising it so good right now. Come out.
아비 교환.
마음 둘 아홉. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이야. 지금 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
This fight's so fucking cool. It's explode.
무파법을 이제야 좀 이해했다. 이 순간이 다 배엄일이야.
그렇었지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
It kills me that she doesn't count as an ID that gains poise. That is really fucking annoying.
미리 경계를 살피고 있었지.
물러나라. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Now I have to clash with this one.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
They have been dropping absolute bangers this entire kanto. Are you prepared for the Furioso you've earned next turn? That's not that bad, right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
귀화요격 함수 정리해놔. 이 순간이 다 되었네.
네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 적을
키,
물어뜯고
크고,
너의
신,
쓸모를 보여라.
오인. 짜증나는 시선.
Let's see.
앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보. 그때 예외 없이 모분다.
She wants more stacks presently. Deal less damage. Okay. I can do that. And health, this is a long enough fight. I can do this.
그려낸 대로.
Oh! He's probably fine, right? Okay.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Bones claimed.
이 순간
Man, she's gonna hit the new phase before I get to Furioso, isn't she?
낫도 반드시 숨이 타도록 배우네.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만
Oh! Taste my 5 coins, bitch.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 아니야.
숨 막히도록 견뎌야 절박하게 갈망했어.
Man, I don't get the Furioso because you can do her fucking second phase.
물러나. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸 것이 강제.
그대로 어려.
너의 쓸모를
땡하기 전까지 손가락 하나 까딱하지 마.
Oh, dang it! You motherfucker! I inflicted too much goddamn damage. I mean, damage is the same as win rate in this case. God damn.
파도가 밀려들고
I don't even get to see him fucking claim bones. He used it on a fucking mob during the first part of the fight. From Mao. We're just beating her ass. Oh wait, no, she has another HP gauge, doesn't she? Oh no, she doesn't. I'm just coping.
이 순간이 다 배웠네. 몰아치는 것을 처절한
Go, white woman. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Apparently, they appear evenly matched, yet... He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of Escorp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close at a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo-headed Kim and Im Jong-yup ready for the final bout, Angdu leaped in between them. Angdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything. And then I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor. my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me. And when I had finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Angdu? I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man while he's down. And I've had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us has picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you would cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. Who was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are nothing... That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself. A tool wielded by willing hands. Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debt. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Angdu and Im Jung-yup were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though somewhere were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice! But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly to friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules with tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorted. I think that's... an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im Jung-yup, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hie to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I found your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of Blade to its premature end. I am he who had sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Holy fucking shit, he is so goddamn cool.
on 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 이
The photographs rapidly fold away from reality, perhaps because Kim had managed successfully to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? 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 Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives. Our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in the nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real! Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end? So that you can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed into a can? That's all your life is. And my life. And the photographs I've taken. Are all... No. It can't be. My life. Those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So... let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. The experiences. The reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Meursault's face. That's not concerning. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Meursault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Meursault. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the Distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. But blimey, that thing's still alive! It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the Distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fermenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chinokuns of Salpipio Agro-Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Agro-Industries downtrodden as mere veil for one's own fathoms. And
though it be part of a reenactment impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down his sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the Fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes.
Young Yup is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here.
As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Im Jung Yup's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there? No way! Don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured End Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
God damn it.
내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Sick! Oh god, I hate that fucking logo. The subject. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice.
The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble?
Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also... Ezra looked towards Angdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, certainly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Phew-wee! Point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear, I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you were expected to. Is that understood, Mentor?
Angdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now.
The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that these two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released.
You've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm.
With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that.
Stop.
My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay?
Yes, Executive Manager.
Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock.
Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder.
I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me, I've taken care of similar injuries in the field.
Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips.
Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now I've already grown so used to the pain of rewinding of the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee. A clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah? Thou recall, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? Uh-huh, and? They are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, it's no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report the locations? Reporting footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. The only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. And words hold water, yet, most puzzling, forsooth. Well, I recall with clarity that from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Meursault. Given how often I had to rely on the information Meursault had provided me in this mission, I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Meursault, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get a chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? Why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching up under boots approaching us. Louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here, we had to because of the distortion, you see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first... Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Meursault. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Meursault did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you're a Meursault. Formerly one who nails. And a former member of the maintenance and management team at Grand Magazine Sisyphe headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as a penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that your resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop! What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that! Did you know all this would happen, Meursault? Meursault, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you work? It was less of a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned me earlier, but you just replied, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. So the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organizer Austin, what the bloody hell do you think you're... Ethan, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Meursault into custody. We looked back at him, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like a thousand hot needles. Meursault, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would have seemed out of place on an ordinary day. That's how it ends? Holy shit! Bruh! You gotta be fucking kidding!
구태여 좋냐 안 좋냐를 따.
Oh goddamn! What the fuck, chat? We're going to bust into a trial. I mean, so if they execute him, we can just rewind the clock, right? I don't know. How do you guys think this is gonna play out? I can't wait. I really can't wait. I have been looking forward to Meursault's Kanto since I started playing. I need...
복귀하실 때까지 기다리겠습니다.
Yeah, you're gonna wait in fucking prison? What the fuck are you talking about? Not like you have a choice, huh? Damn, I don't know which ID I'm gonna be taking into his Kanto then. I'm probably gonna take, Lei Hang. But I could take, you know, Goated Kim. But yeah, I mean, shit. What a hell of a way to fucking end it. I can't believe this. This was a really good Intervallo. I'm glad you guys are here along for the ride, but next week we're gonna be back to doing mirror dungeons while I read Crime and Punishment. I have to get through all these fucking books in time for The Stranger. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm not gonna get there in time, but we got Kanto 10 coming up. I'm gonna guess sometime in September. I'm just throwing it out there. But yeah, shit, I guess that's all for tonight. Tomorrow, if you guys are interested, I will be streaming Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And Friday, I will be streaming The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind. And Saturday will be Zenless Zone 0.
Sunday will be a game called Promise Mascot Agency. So, everyone, if you're new to this channel, please consider giving me a subscribe here at YouTube/WildWesson. If you're watching from Twitch, follow me at twitch.tv/WildWesson. Otherwise, please take care of yourselves, everyone. Have yourselves a pleasant evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time it is, wherever it is you are, whenever it is you are. And, I'm gonna go to bed now. Probably. Good night, everyone. It's been real.